Was a project located at 839 Mission Canyon Road. It's in the Mission Canyon Community Plan. This was last seen 5/2/25, and I'll just briefly read the comments. It looks like pretty minor stuff, and I reviewed. So a nice project. Architecture is integrated with existing style and overall improvement. Size, bulk, and scale are appropriate, and study ways to reintegrate the entry with the landscape layout. Would you mind just stating your name for the record, and then you could go through maybe some of the changes and details that.
Sure. Tracy Burnell. I'm the architect for the project. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, if you could, is that that's the previous set I sent you, right? Yeah. Why don't we look at the new one? I think we can maybe we can go back to this if we need to, but get to the site plan on that. There we go. Zoom in a little bit closer. All right, so basically just to familiarize you guys, it's a one-story, two-bedroom house in Mission Canyon, kind of at Foothill in Mission Canyon. We're doing an addition to the living room. You can see on the top side and to the master suite on the bottom side, and there's a new entry porch at the front. One of the comments, and there's also a accessory building in the back that's being converted to an ADU. One of the comments was, or the main comment was to integrate into the front yard. We didn't really have any of the existing improvements last time. So you can see there now, there's a network of paths, and then there's a lot of plants and a lot of rocks, but it actually works out pretty easily. We just need to bend the path back a little bit, move a couple of rocks, and we'll have a good landing spot, and the path will connect over to the driveway and then around to the side of the house. So it works pretty easily. You can see that that's what's shown there. And then I think, why don't we go down to the floor plan? Yeah, so nothing has changed at all from the previous submittal. The addition to the living room is on the left. There's a new deck up above that, which is actually an expansion of the existing deck. Off to the right, there's an addition onto the existing bedroom and bath. And keep going down.
Let's go to the elevations maybe, and if you just briefly, I think at all.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Nothing's changed on the elevations since last time, really, besides details.
Nothing's changed. We've got the materials and everything on the actual drawings as suggested to me by Josh. My last presentation, I had color and material board separate, and so now I've gotten caught up now with the real world. If you want to scroll down, you can see there's detail sheets. Doors, windows, roof, and the dark sky light.
So you were removing a staircase at the entry, right, and then just realigning it to the center point of the.
Yeah, the staircase right now is on the side and goes off towards the driveway. Now it's just coming out into the front. Which makes sense. The parking is down in that direction anyway, so now they can walk a path through their front yard to the door. It'd be nice.
I think we just briefly look at the materials sheet.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead back to the elevation and just zoom in on that.
It's like stone.
They're going to do an asphalt shingle roof, which is what it has now. I think they'll end up replacing it. The rear portion of the house has hardy siding, which is that green color, and it also has the trim colors now. So we're really matching existing. The dark wood color there, that's the Ipe for the deck. So doing that deck is kind of an inset. It'll be a little bit different color. And then we've got the stone wainscot that goes around it.
All the detailing is consistent with the existing house.
Yes. Yeah, we're pretty much matching it.
Questions? Do you have any?
Looks compatible, looks like a nice. spruce up.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great project and pretty straightforward and landscape. It looks like you've documented all the site conditions, so thank you for that. And I think we'll be recommending this for approval.
Okay, great.
Oh, 1 second. We did not do public comment on this yet. We do not have any letters submitted and no speakers slips filled out.
Thank you. Okay, looks like you're good to
Great,
go.
great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tracy.
Okay, that'll conclude our consent calendar, and we will be going to our first site visit at Gratitude Canyon Camp on Cathedral Oaks. Thank you.
of 2026 SBAR hearing, and we'll begin with any public comment not pertaining to items on today's agenda. Do you have anyone in the audience or online?
If any of our attendees would like to make a public comment on an item not on today's agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none.
And then the next would be staff items. Any agenda status report?
Agenda status report. There is nothing to report for the agenda status report.
Except that item 1 was continued.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Item 1 was dropped from the agenda. And then we
Can
have
I make a motion for that or no? Ahead of time. Okay.
the minutes next.
All right. We'll review the minutes from the last hearing. Yeah, it's the administrative agenda that's missing from ours. It was on last time, but then dropped off this time. And item 2, I'm not sure that feels is the right description for A2. I don't love that. It doesn't seem like probably what we said exactly. Appears.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Willow on, just to confirm?
Sure of that right now.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anything for item 3 or 4? And 5 and 6 was continued. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second,
I'll second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did we have any abstentions? I think everyone was here. Okay. All right, and we'll move on to staff update.
I don't have any update.
Sounds good. Thanks, Willow. And then SBAR members, informational briefings. Anybody have anything? All right, and the SBAR consent agenda, there was one item that was reviewed.
Yep, so we reviewed one item this morning. Project was located in Mission Canyon area, and I'd like to make a motion to grant final approval. Full board, if
Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. All right, and we'll move on to the first item. The applicants are here. I'll read the description. Gratitude Canyon Youth Camp. Oh, sorry, I have to recuse from the second.
Okay, I'll take over. Wait, where'd it go? So item number 1 is Gratitude Canyon LLC. Conceptual review for a youth summer camp with 8 cabins, counselor housing, director's residence, gymnasium, dining hall, pool, and associated landscaping improvements of approximately 55,000 square feet. Following structures exist on the property.
That wheel's no good. No.
Uh-oh, trouble. 22,833 square feet of residence, agricultural storage, and accessory structures. Proposed project will require approximately 7,295 cubic yards of cut, approximately the same amount of fill. Property is 110.37 acre parcel, zoned Ag 2 100, and shown as at 183 Winchester Canyon Road. So we did a site visit, and actually now I'm looking for the comments from last time. Okay. The comments from last time, material palette fits the rural setting and is harmonious with the site. Soften the hard geometry of the landscape forms such as circle and oval shaped lawn areas, doesn't blend with agricultural setting or natural topography of the site. Provide photos, renderings of screening and views from surrounding areas. Architecture of buildings is nice and fits the agricultural setting, but feels like two different architectural styles between building types. Bring more information on what entry point looks like, including gates, landscaping, signage, and lighting. Study ways to use landscape to buffer sound from amphitheater, add more trees throughout the project site, schedule a site visit, which we did. So go ahead and state your names and
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can see our full team on the board here, project team. I'm Steve Welton with SEPS Land Use Consulting.
Ken Radke and Elena Fraser from Blackbird Architects.
And Justin Manuel from Arcadia Studio.
So since our application was submitted last time we saw you, we've got, I would say, a pretty modest set of comments from the county, which we've been working on, in addition to responding to the comments from your board. And so there have been some minor revisions to the plans that we'd like to walk you through and how we addressed your comments. So I'll hand it off to Ken.
Chair, Vice Chair Froscher, members of the board, thank you for being here as always and for the site visit. We'll cover mostly just the responses to your comments from
Right.
last time, if that's your preference.
yeah, that's fine.
We have a lot of materials available if you have questions to fill in gaps. So if we look at this overview, the overall site planning hasn't changed dramatically, so we could go to the next. This context, I think, is well understood. We could go to next. The site is the sort of green site there. Just the inside the oval is around 15.8 acres, and it's sort of concentrated in amongst those eshas essentially to the east and west, and then the freeway on the far south and neighborhoods, as you can see. Next. We'll cover this topic and that you brought up, which is about the geometries of these open spaces. And you can see there's a circular arrival court, an ellipsoid, sort of gathering and runaround area in the middle that organizes the sort of public functions of daytime functions of the camp, and then the two other sort of gathering areas, one on the inboard side of Four Cabins and one on the outboard side of Four Cabins there on the lower left. The campers of this camp come for 3 to 5 or 6 days. They've never been here before, and they're unlikely to have multiple visits to the camp. So they're junior high age kids. And part of the idea of this structure is for them to arrive, get oriented clearly, quickly, and then get them to be able to run around during the day. So that where you see E, you'll see that the dining, the indoor sport hall, the art, and the music buildings face onto that. And we've adjusted those buildings, and the approach to softening those, Justin and Arcadia will cover that in terms of the palette and the trees and planting and so forth. But we're proposing to keep those as they are because they're not at this scale perceivable as hard geometries in this setting, in the way that we've studied it. And so we can go to next. Again, they look geometric in a site plan like this, but when you're walking around out there, those geometries don't feel quite as rigid as they might look in diagram. Next. I think this is a good transition to discuss these features in terms of landscape and palette.
Yeah, I think a site plan like this understandably kind of is a little bit of a disconnect from how you'd actually experience the site. So if we briefly go to the next slide. Our inspiration images give a pretty good feel of how we intend the landscape to completely blur the edges of the hardscape and obscure any paths or roads or anything, so that whenever you're actually experiencing the site as a user, you just kind of get this more rural feel, and any hardscape is kind of secondary or tertiary. For instance, the picture on the far left, kind of in the middle, that's about an 8-foot path that's, kind of feels very minimized. And we're also exploring using a material like granitecrete for like the primary pedestrian surface, just to like bring the formality down a bit, and hit on the natural material that we're shooting for really all of the project. And then if we go back to the previous slide, another comment was to add trees, and we're kind of threading the needle a bit with adhering to the fuel modification zones where we kind of already maxed out a little bit, but we did add more trees, mostly around item E, which is that big central open space. And so we're proposing 263 trees on site. And it's a massive site, so it feels pretty spread out, but we are within the field modification pretty much maximizing that. And then on the hillside, there's a lot of existing vegetation that you maybe took note of this morning. So we're not trying to add any trees up on the hillside, especially because we don't want to block any views, but we already feel pretty good about the existing conditions, doing quite a bit for us. But in that area, one spot that we are planning on adding some is the outdoor gathering space, which is, actually, if you go to 2 slides forward. Oh, one more slide. One more slide, sorry. Okay, we can go back to the main site plan. So item I is that outdoor gathering space that it has existing trees around it, and then we're also planning on adding more trees, and you'll see an exhibit that touches on that a little bit later. And then we can go to the next slide. Next slide. So this focuses on the entry, just highlighting where item A is on there, that we're leaning on the existing willows and oaks at the entry to do all the screening. We really want to keep all of that and enhance it. And then the gate's going to be set back at least 30 feet off the road. So we're really trying to take any kind of presence and push it back a bit. And next slide. This is that entrance area with the existing willows and oaks. Next slide. This is the lighting plan that you saw last time. I'll just mention that the landscape lighting at the entry is just minimal. A couple little downlights just for safety, but we're really not trying to highlight this thing at night. Next slide. This is the exhibit, just focusing in on that outdoor gathering space where we're adding a few more trees to buffer any kind of sound or mitigation. Next slide.
Justin, I just want to jump in on the lighting, just because with the nature of the operations of the camp, there really won't be anyone coming in at nighttime. And so we don't expect to see a lot of visitors at night, just FYI.
And then this is a section of that outdoor gathering space, primarily showing how small it is and how much of it's kind of just, a few benches of seating. And then we're proposing quite a bit of vegetation along with this existing vegetation to do as much as we can to soften any impact, along with the pretty substantial existing grade. Next slide, please. I think this does a pretty good job of showing how at least one side of the site planning, but really all of the site planning responds to the natural form of the site. You can see the bold white line is the esh boundary where that creek is, and then the thinner white line is our offset. So we're kind of following it, you know, to an offset exactly. Next slide.
Carrying on with that discussion. Here's the overview. Again, we can see the next. The palette, as proposed last time, I think was acceptable, and we're really optimistic about its resiliency and natural sort of low key presence and fire resistance and so forth. Next. If you look again, I mentioned this sort of ellipsoid gathering sort of play spot in the middle. You can see that there's dining, a multi-purpose sport hall, arts and recording, and the pool. These sort of like run around and go to them in and out during the day functions face inward onto this central sort of mixer space. And then if we look at those, the next slide, we'll see that we responded to your comments about making some of the smaller structures more akin to the agricultural feel of the larger structures. So the larger structures are proposed to be pre-engineered steel buildings. And that allowed us to deliver them on site with more of an on-site construction method, although they're sort of assembled off-site and then assembled on-site. On the left, you'll see the arts and crafts building, which was lower slung in the previous iteration, and we've changed the proposed building system to make it a smaller pre-engineered metal building, so that these central buildings will all have this sort of ag form with the predominant covered outdoor spaces. And as you guys can imagine, the porch is the thing in our climate, and especially for a camp. So it just kind of provides that indoor-outdoor mixer space at the edges of the building. So right-hand side is the dining, and the left-hand side is the arts and crafts that has changed its form. And we do really appreciate your guidance and try to come always with an open mind to study. And it was a good prompt for us to test how to be efficient. This camp is run on a shoestring, like most camps are. And so having a lower cost, quicker and easier to build structure and system is maintained with this system. So then next. Likewise with the small music building, it was previously the low slung modular, and which is the left-hand side. It looked like the same thing, but that's just because they are very, very akin. But you can see on the left-hand side there, the recording music building. It's a little different than the arts building on the internal structure, and a little bit different in terms of the way the porches are deployed, but it uses the same form of like small main building with porches flanking and surrounding. And we're excited about this improvement. So thank you for the prompt. And then if we go to the next, this is kind of the similar rendering where you're looking across to those other structures across this sort of mixer space in the middle from the dining and sports buildings. And we can go next. Likewise on the cabins, you were wishing that they could be more akin to the ag forms, and we've studied that as well. Next. The trick with these is, as you rightly pointed out last time, is getting modular buildings down the road and how to get them to the site and so forth, and still have pitched roofs and whatnot that are economical to pre-make and build. So we drilled into that a lot, and it results in break pitch forms for the roof that can then be built onto the modules in the factory, and then extending those roof forms out to create stronger porches on these as well, with more readily apparent pitched roofs as the building form. So within our like geometric constraints of modular building, we feel this is a good middle ground for these, again, camp buildings. They're very modest in their form, and they're really just a backdrop to the nature. And behind these, you're looking at Esha, poison oak and creeks and frogs and stuff. So again, the porch is strengthened and the roofs are strengthened in this scheme. And the porch is where it's at for a camp. Next. You can just see they're all elevated as such. So they're very, very basic buildings, back-to-back 10-person cabin spaces. Next. Modest. But each always with porch extensions. These are other sort of like counselor cabins and so forth, which have these 2 and 12, 2.5 and 12 type roofs with the break pitch to create porches on the outside. Next. These are the elevations that you saw that you've already seen today and last time. Next. I think that's really actually the end of the core presentation today. There's a hardscape legend, but I think we're good. We appreciate your time and we're available for questions.
I'll just add that we did have 2 neighborhood meetings before we met with you last time, and then we had another one with the Embarcadero district that's to the west with about 40 or 50 people, and that was a very successful meeting. And we're still looking to do engagement. We'll continue to have conversations with neighbors.
Do you have more information on the entry point, including gates, landscaping, signage, and lighting that you want to show?
If we go back to that view, I'm really, the reality is that we're not seeking presence on the road, and the throat to both of those entries passes through existing Esha, and so the gates and so forth are. I mean, when Justin mentioned 30 feet, that's the minimum. It might be 40 to 50 feet back to where you actually get to a gate. So we're really proposing the absolutely most minimal presence on the street. It's not designed, and it really, even once designed, would not be intending to make a splash. So
Right.
Could we just flip to sheet 8 real quick? That's a site plan for the gates. Strong, can you just zoom in to like the parking lot area? So the entrance A, you guys are putting a gate, you said 30 or 40 feet back, right? And we're keeping all the existing willow trees you mentioned. And then for the throat for B, the parking area, I think you guys mentioned on site, it was like a counselor parking. There's a gate there as well that we're not, is that something would that be located right at the entrance to the parking there?
It'll be also
Sliding gate?
pulled back to allow for at least one vehicle to queue on there off the road. The intention for that one, like you mentioned, is for counselors to arrive, but we'll also have service vehicles. We'll probably use that entrance as well.
It looks like it's probably a sliding gate or something that you guys would be proposing there.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you have elevations of these gates yet?
No, we don't. Again, the intention is by requirements with the road, we have to be at a minimum of 30 feet back for emergency vehicles to be able to arrive and not be hanging out into the street with their tail ends. And that suits us really well to the camp's intention to just be the quietest possible presence on the street.
One of the variables we were dealing with as well is we weren't 100% sure when we came back to you last time whether or not these are going to be both the entries were going to be acceptable. But we went through and City of Goleta, this is actually Goleta that owns that, or is the district for Winchester Canyon. They indicated that was fine. So now that we know that, I think we can be more intentional with the gating.
So let's formally go with questions from the board. Any questions? No, we do questions first and then public comment. No questions?
Maybe we just flip to, I saw some site sections like from, not the Winchester Canyon, but the other, where kind of the section between the amphitheater and the road. Is that? Let's see. Oh, there he is, sheet 12, I think.
We could open the A sheet PDF. Okay, then we should open they're in the A sheet PDF. I don't think we open the other PDF.
I think that was just getting back to the comment about views, and you guys are lower, obviously, and it's not extremely visible, but there is a neighborhood up above. So just wanted to see if was there any other studies? Was there just like site sections that you guys took essentially from those roads?
Yes, though there are two big site sections in the submitted CUP materials.
I guess it'd be kind of going. Yeah. I guess that doesn't really show the road, but
We definitely had one that should, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
oh, there you go. That's it.
Yeah. So there's a kind of a berm between Cathedral Oaks, and then it comes back down. And you can see, I think they've modeled a 2-story structure on the far left, because some of the homes over there are 2 stories. So what you're seeing when you're out there from some locations is the 2nd story of those residences.
If you zoom in on those sections, they are accurate, and they reflect, again, the settings. Like here, you can actually see that gathering space right at the toe of the slope, and then you can, if you pan to the left, you'll see the location of the section through the road into the yard and to the 2-story house there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Public comment? Is there any member of the public that would like to speak about this item?
Okay, we have a couple hands going up in the chat here. We will call on you one at a time. First, we'll go with Heidi Jones. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Heidi Jones. My husband and I live down in Winchester Canyon, and we're here to share our support for the project. Not only are the goals for the project impressive, but so is the design. I attended the neighborhood meeting and was appreciated that outreach and impressed by the presentation. As you know, this project has a stellar team, and we're excited to welcome this meaningful project to our neighborhood. We think the site plan is thoughtful and well organized. The layout makes sense as it's nestled between adjacent ag and residential uses. We appreciate the respect for the ESH areas. The architectural palette is complementary and compatible with the site and its surroundings. The landscape and hardscape are complementary and fit the design and site plan. The landscape inspiration approach is stunning, and we have zero concerns about the project. We encourage you to move this project forward through the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, George Estrella. May I give you permission to talk, and you'll have 3 minutes. Hi, George, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, my name is George Estrella. I live at 7914 Winchester Circle, directly across Cathedral Oaks, and my house on the 2nd story balcony looks directly into the canyon. First, I'd like to say we support youth activities and camps, but I don't believe this is the site for it. When initially we bought this piece of property that we live in, we figured that there would be no development at all. at the Bragg property. So we're going to see buildings. We're gonna hear sounds, noise. As you're probably aware, it's a canyon, so sound travels, far. We hear everything basically. They will be having amplified sound systems. They will be having gatherings. In fact, the gathering place or the mini amphitheaters right below our house. And so we're concerned very much about our peace and quality of life that we've experienced and enjoyed. There will be somewhat increased traffic. This is what I would consider part of urban sprawl, and it does impact the surrounding neighborhoods. So I am not in support of this particular project. If it was put back on the hill someplace, out of sight, out of sound range, I would support it. But it's right at the base of our community and impacts the neighbors in the Winchester Canyon and the Winchester Circle area. And so that's my comments.
Okay, well, thank you very much for expressing those concerns.
Okay, we'll go on to our next speaker, Vasquez Lawrence.
Thank you for taking my question. My name is Lawrence Vasquez. I reside at 7833 Day Road in Goleta. I've been a resident there for 27 plus years. I am completely not in support of this project for a variety of reasons, least of which was enumerated by my friend George Estrella. Noise, traffic. I'm concerned that it's a fire zone. As far as the access to emergency vehicles, I just think it's as was stated. I'm for youth activity, just not in our own backyard. The sound travels exponentially through that canyon. Many neighbors know about, and hear coyotes, and the sound travels very much so to our homes. I'm not for it. And furthermore, as far as the owner's track record, as far as stewardship of her property, I'm very unimpressed and very concerned. She has let the overgrowth quite substantially on Cathedral Oaks, and it's right across from our homes. So if this is a sign of what's to come, I'm very much concerned. Secondly, as far as the proposal, as I have read it, it's for quote unquote type of youth that has been unrecognized, or I'm not sure exactly what the terminology is, but what type of occupants would be there? I mean, is there any drug and alcohol issues? Is it that kind of camp? Is there behavioral issues that we should know about? I think there needs to be full disclosure on who the attendees would be. Underrepresented youth, I believe, is the way it was put out to the public. So I would urge the commission, the panel, to not to approve this project. It comes with a lot of concerns to the public, and I think that's about it. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And just to be clear, our board is not a land use review board. We're an architectural and landscape review board. So we don't specifically address land use questions. That would be at the Planning Commission, at other boards than ours. So just to.
Well, who specifically is responsible then? Is it the Board of Supervisors, or who is it?
Yeah, I'd say it's Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
Planning Department.
Respectfully, the process has been somewhat non-transparent as far as I'm concerned. There hasn't been adequate notice to the public, And we really need to know, what our options are as the public is concerned. And
Mr. Vasquez, I'm the planner on the project. It hasn't been noticed because the project hasn't been deemed complete yet. You're welcome to reach out to me and I can provide you my email if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe we had one more speaker. Is that Celia Estrella?
Yes, thank you. Yes, hello, my name is Celia Estrella. As my husband had stated, we live directly above the Winchester Canyon area there, the Bragg property. And we did attend the neighborhood meeting, the one that was held there directly on site. And it was stated that there was going to be an amphitheater. We noticed that it's now called the Gathering Place. The amphitheater with amplified sound. And as my husband George had stated, and also Lawrence Vasquez had stated, we can hear everything. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Hello?
sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay. Anyway, so yes, it's there's quite a bit of concern, and there's also the flood zone. I know you're just basically with the architectural, but as you can tell, we need to speak to someone or have our voices, our concerns heard. And so if you can put us in touch with someone, the Planning Commission, I understand Soren Kringle, I've spoken to you before. And there's also a concern about the erosion on that hillside. I'm not sure if that's been addressed there, but that could be a concern for those children. We're wondering if it's undermining Cathedral Oaks. As you may have seen, there's a bike path there that has been fenced off for years. And the city, county, I'm not sure who all, but their Band-Aid to the project has been to close off the street when there's been a lot of storms. And then, to take care of it that way. So I think that should be taken into consideration with this project. Also, the mention about traffic, a lot of traffic. What about there's a fire? As you can see, I'm sure on your site visit, you noticed all the weeds that are along Cathedral Oaks. Not sure if the Bragg property people are responsible for a lot of that area, but it's not been taken care of for quite some time. So with this project, sorry to say, I am also not in support, and there are very many residents, not only in our development, but surrounding areas, also in Winchester Canyon, that do not support this. And I have to say, because people have not been notified of this, there's no, how can they voice their concerns? So I think this really needs to be sent out to the city, all the residents, to what's going on down there. And also we were told that when these children, these middle school age children are not there at camp, the camp would be rented out to other groups. Other groups. Not sure who that would be. So we have a concern about that as well. I thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe that's our last speaker, unless somebody else would like to raise their hand to speak on this item. Okay, seeing none.
So I think it's true in terms of the process that the project hasn't been deemed complete yet. We are at a very conceptual level in architectural and landscape review, and there will be opportunity for the public to interact with the planning department and with planning commission. I mean, there's a ways to go on this project. So I think your voices will be heard. So now let's take it to board comments.
I'll start.
Josh.
I'll just kind of go through the kind of general high points of this, I guess, at this point. I think I can find, obviously, for mass bulk and scale, the project appropriately scaled and detailed to the site, given its use. So I think we can be very supportive of that. Architectural style is very compatible with the surroundings and the neighborhood, the rural character of the site. As far as neighborhood compatibility goes, I know we've heard from the folks in the public speaking part of the hearing today, and obviously this board's not here to determine use. The only thing I would say on it, given the use that it's seeking, it's certainly the least dense use that I can imagine for this site. I'm certain that there's other proposals that could happen on this property that would bring a much higher density forward. And given that it is stunningly beautiful location, surrounded by just subdivisions, I would love to see it remain as much as it is today. And this proposal is really striving to maintain its natural characteristics and respectful of the environmentally sensitive habitat, the creek. And so from a site analysis, just architecturally and landscaping wise and respecting its surroundings, it does a very good job to nestle in there. And I think it has the potential to be quite beautiful in its current proposal. So I'm 100% in support of the project as currently proposed. I think the planner comment, there's a planner letter dated June 25th, 2006. The staff, I'll just read it. The staff requests that the board comment on the following findings for the project. No, there's just one finding being asked for. The project design is in character with its rural setting. And it references the LUDC 3542-240. So that, I mean, I'm taking that as design, right? The project's design is in character. So again, as Madam Chair has explained to everybody today, we're an aesthetic board here to review the quality of the architectural character and landscape. So I can definitely find for this, and the project's design is in fact in character with the rural setting. And I think the architects and the landscape architects have done a stellar job so far in presenting it that way and moving it that way. So again, positive comments so far for me. I think it's moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry?
Thank you for coming back and presenting to us. I think this is I also agree. I think this is going to be a really good project. I think it's going to be least impactful to the neighborhood and the community in many ways. There are things that I think we discussed last meeting, which I think that your responses to those comments and questions, I think, or comments that we had and questions we had were are still left unanswered. Maybe, you know, the fencing at the entry, bus capacity, how traffic comes and goes. I think one of the comments that one of the speakers had was about fire and the landscape up and around near the roads and the maintenance. And those are things that, you know, maybe landscape can speak to a little bit closer. I don't know. It's a huge property, and I know this camp only is dealing with a portion of that. So that may be one of the things that gets addressed as you go through into next phases. The aesthetic, you know, you guys consolidated the aesthetic down, and I think it was beautiful before, whether you consolidate or didn't consolidate, and I think it's still beautiful. So I didn't have any, I wasn't pushing for a direction. I just was making a comment on that. So it's still very beautiful, and I think, you know, doing your part to keep costs down and consolidate the aesthetic and use materials that are compatible and keep the bulk and the mass of each of the buildings at a level which is minimally obtrusive to the site. I think it's great. So you know, the other comments that I think you did not address were just kind of the geometry. You talked about it again today. You basically are saying you disagree, and that's, I guess, the designer's prerogative, you know. So just one of those things that you guys gotta hold fast with, I guess.
Be a good time.
Here.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think just starting off, I think the site visit was really helpful to just see the scale of the project and kind of the surrounding hillside and how it kind of nestles in the neighborhood. I do want to, yeah, I think addressing the neighborhood comments, the use factor is obviously not in our purview. And I do agree that this is it's spread out, you know, so it's going to feel less intense than some other developments that could happen on this property, whatever those may be. Let's see. I think just jumping on the geometry thing, I think for me at least, that comment was coming from more of a, I do agree from a plan standpoint, you know, no one's actually seeing it from, you know, besides airplanes and things like that, of course. I don't agree that it's not visible. I think it's actually pretty visible from the neighborhood I think it's pretty minimal, and I do think it's going to be a nice view. And, you know, obviously it's not an orchard anymore. But I think the landscape really threaded in nicely with the plant materials. And I think all the palette that you've been showing and the trees that you guys are integrating are going to make this feel agricultural. So I could get on board with the geometry. I think part of that comment was coming from just being at a camp, each cabin feeling like they're like their own unique space. I think you guys are going to develop that as you guys get in, but as it's designed now, it was feeling like a little cul-de-sac-y almost and kind of cookie cutter, but I think the architectural quality is really good, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. In regards to the entries, like the two gates, I would agree. I think just showing some visuals of what that looks like would help with the neighborhood a little bit, understanding what they're going to be seeing, since that's essentially most of what they'll be seeing. I think there's a lot of space for that parking lot that I'm not sure the necessity of the two entries, and maybe it just wasn't explained enough why that needed to be a separate entry. But for how little that primary entry is going to be used, I don't see why it couldn't just act as like the primary entry for all of it. But again, I think it's more just maybe a little bit more explanation of why they would need two gates for that. We're at conceptual, so I don't know if that's something we could have a quick discussion about, or could you answer a little bit more like why there needs to be two separate entries?
Yes, it adds to the potential emergency, you know, sort of responsiveness.
Egress.
Although the fire consultant said one entry could suffice. Sort of erring on the conservative side is where we are. And that also just keeps it, both of them can just have like a smaller throat, not having to have one really big one to be developed. And
then just it'll also be a service entry for, you know, garbage vehicles and kitchen stuff. So it would just be nice not to have to go through the areas where the kids are going to be more likely located.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think maybe just showing what that parking lot entry, it looks really exposed. I know you're saying it's going to be fenced, but it's a parking lot that's going to have a lot of cars in it. But yeah, the amphitheater, I think that's nicely settled into the hillside there. And appreciate you guys bringing in the orchard kind of atmosphere. Hopefully orchard's taken better care of than it is now in the future. But yeah, I can get on board with the geometry, and I think you guys have done a nice layout for a pretty, you know, semi-constrained property. So those are my comments.
Okay, thanks. I really appreciate your second round here on the architecture, on the cabins, and particularly the arts and craft building and the music building are really, really beautiful buildings. And I think you've got a great combination of using kind of the background of ag prefab steel structure with these good organic looking materials that are also fire-wise. I really like the direction it's going. And I've thought a lot about the geometry question. And I think it certainly helps on the ground to organize the way people access things. And I think you can, like you were describing, breaking it up with trees and plantings and things that spill into it, that it won't feel like it does, looking at it bird's eye view like this. I appreciate what Kier is saying, that you don't want the cabins to really feel like a cul-de-sac. So the more you can do with landscape to differentiate them and make them feel like they have their own space would be helpful. And I also want to reiterate that though for the surrounding neighborhoods, any kind of change of use is going to have an impact, this is quite likely the most low-key, beautiful impact that they would ever get. Because if this got filled up with the state's demand for housing, there would be far more traffic, far more building, less of a unique use and environment. And I think this design team is really going to be examining how to mitigate the concerns all the way along. I think already more trees around the little outdoor area is going to help buffer that more, and maybe you're going to do still more of that to really shelter it from above. And I was concerned about the fire exit. I think the two entrances are important up there and at the top, and that it would be helpful to illustrate what that's going to look like sooner than later for everybody. So that the idea that you're describing of it being really pushed back and low key and it's not advertising in any way, go ahead and demonstrate that. It'll be useful. And, our site visit showed how the terrain, it's really a great way to have it be down in that flat area with the hills rising up on both sides of it. I think it's a very thoughtful design, so I support it. So I think at this stage, you're going to go to, what's the next step?
Yeah, and I think Soren's online, but I think our next step would be to, if your board, if things were far enough along, we would be able to proceed to planning commission, and, then the public that have commented, that have concerns about other aspects of the project, get their opportunity to comment on the project and maybe make changes and then bring it back to you for a preliminary.
Yeah, just to reiterate that. So yeah, if you guys granted the project to return for preliminary, this project would go before the planning commission and then eventually the board of supervisors before eventually returning back to you for preliminary and final approval.
Right. And so in that process, the public will have ample opportunity to be heard.
Certainly. And then as I mentioned earlier, the project will be noticed once it's been deemed complete.
Right.
Which gives another opportunity for neighbors to reach out to me directly.
Yes. Okay. Well, any other comments from the board?
I just keep going back to the entry. I mean, I would really encourage you guys to have an answer for that. Just saying, landscape buffer, just to me, it doesn't seem like it's enough.
We'll definitely do that, and we'll render it.
It's your one interface with the road, right? That's what you got.
Understood.
Okay. So I think that we're ready for it to move forward. We've got positive comments, and we're not going to take any action today. It's just conceptual. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the public for voicing your concerns. You'll have more opportunity.
we take your comments to heart, certainly. So we'll be coming back to you.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch, 1 hour. We will return and reconvene at 1:30 with, starting with item number 3.
All right, we will reconvene for item 3, technically, the Phillips new single-family dwelling. I'll read the description. Request of Steve Walton, agent for the owner, Chris Phillips, to here for further conceptual review of a one-story residence with 2,300 square feet, attached garage 550 square feet, outdoor loggia 250 square feet, detached garage 720 square feet, and attached restroom 110 square feet. The accessory building 630 square feet, 336 square foot solar array, site improvements including landscaping, hardscape, driveway, vehicle, and pedestrian gates and fencing. The parcel is currently vacant. The project will require 1,700 cubic yards of cut and 1,400 fill. It's located at 00 La Riata Lane in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan area. Just gonna see. Do you want to go through the comments one by one, or do you want me to read them? What's easier?
Will you read them,
Yes.
please?
All right. The architectural style is appropriate and in keeping with the neighborhood. Mass bulk and scale are appropriate. Study project siting and return with several site sections showing the elevation change to demonstrate the reasoning behind the overall site plan layout. Include elevations of adjacent structures on adjacent properties. Site visit required. Mark footprint of structures on site. Study fenestration and details of equipment, house at driveway entrance to make it compatible with the architectural style of the home. Board is concerned with steep slopes and volume of grading and requires more study. Study ways to balance grading on site. Return with hardscape details that demonstrate the rural aesthetic. Study ways to soften and put more movement into driveway and pedestrian pathway to follow existing slopes, particularly around fire turnaround. Choice of planting materials is appropriate. Ensure landscape plan incorporates high fire hazard standards. All right.
All right. Steve Welton with SEPS Land Use Consulting. I'll just start with introducing the team. You want to go ahead, Serena?
Serena Edelson with Harrison Design.
Stacy Hargitay with Harrison Design.
Nick Zemke, Flowers and Associates.
So it's been about a year since we've been before you for this project. We spent a lot of time with the design team and the county at looking at both these properties. You know, we're also the next item. They were originally a subdivision and were divided into 2 lots. So we've spent a lot of time with planning to make sure that these revised plans are consistent with county policies, specifically with respect to steep slopes. And had a couple of iterations, and now I think I know we have their support in terms of the layout in general for the main buildings. And with that, I think we'll hand it off to Serena to walk you through how we've done that.
Yeah, and I'll kind of catch us up since it's been a minute as we go through the plans. And it was so nice that you all got to see the site in person today because it actually makes my presentation easier. The project really was conceived, though it's 2 parcels, as a holistic idea of what kind of a rural site might look like, where you have a larger building kind of further up the hill and smaller gatehouse and other structures lower down the hill. And it's for the client and dear family friends of theirs to kind of be conceived of as in that way. So a lot of, the building siting and things like that is thinking through privacy from neighbors and also from each other, and then places to meet in the middle and convene together as 2 families who enjoy spending time together. We reduced footprints and heights kind of holistically through this process over the last year. And that was not just to the planners, but also to the client's desires. And we'll talk through that specifically as we look at plan and elevation.
So we're starting with the lower lot this time, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly. We're starting with the lower lot, the south lot. These are the site photos and the aerial view. You guys got to go out there today, so perhaps I don't need to spend so much time on it. We have the street frontage along La Riata Road. And then on the right-hand side of the aerial view, the east side, there's an easement for Goleta Water District. You can see some of their utilities. These are the inspiration images for the project. I do want to point out we really are imagining a kind of Mediterranean feel that bridges Spanish and Italian. That's something the client was really excited about and is also very much in keeping with the other homes in the area. Though our inspiration images have white plaster, the clients like the warmer plaster, and we'll see that in our elevations. So this is our lower site plan. As we saw today, there's a predetermined entrance to the property, a driveway, and we've incorporated that kind of utility storage, activity storage building to be almost like a gatehouse. The driveway then turns right and then works its way up along the Goleta Water District shared drive. The residence is tucked into the far left corner. And as we discussed on site, the northerly neighbor has a view easement over the property. So we're tucking this building kind of low down underneath it. We are required to have a fire department fire truck turnaround. We've also met with the fire department through the course of this project. We reduced driveway widths quite a bit just to their kind of standard and expectation. And then just above the site plan, we have elevations of the proposed gates. So the one on the Goleta Water District, the client has been generous in wanting to build a more private solid gate for them. And then the one that kind of would actually be the access to the residences, you see there in the pencil drawing, meant to be partially open and inviting, and kind of this rural Mediterranean feel. Would you go to the next, please? I think oh, there we go, our site section. So as requested by the design review board, we've provided site sections, and you kind of get a sense of the rolling hills of the project and the relationship between the structures. And this, for this south parcel in particular, the very bottom elevation is relevant and applicable. This is the cross section, the lateral section, where you kind of perceive the relationship of that main residence sunken down a little bit, and the activity storage. And then the very top section is also relevant to this kind of south parcel. You see the view easement there with the upper parcels, little pool cabana and residence tucked down into the hill. The other two sections are cutting through the site towards the retention basin and across the driveway. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Thank you.
For our site plan, we essentially just incorporated the architectural updates and revised our planting accordingly, as well as updating the hardscape widths. We reduced them from the previous 22 feet wide to 16 wide, just to provide a less of a dramatic space for when you do that approach. You can see we also, oh, can you go back? We also enhanced the basin to reflect civil updates as well. And we reviewed the high fire requirements to comply. So we made some changes to our plans to make sure we comply with those requirements as well. We added some images in the lower left corner there that give you an example of the rural aesthetic of the hardscape for design intention there. We could probably go to next slide. In reviewing the high fire standards, we listened to the direction of the fire department and revised our proposed planting to make sure we comply with those as well. I can go to the next slide. There was no change to our details here. We can develop those as we move forward. Next slide. And we reviewed our lighting and made sure that everything complies with dark sky compliant and revised accordingly to reflect the changes to the site plan for architecture and civil. Next slide. These are our proposed lighting fixtures, which you've seen previously. I believe we can go to the next sheet.
See, if you go back one sheet, actually. So here's our revised grading plan. As was mentioned, and you're well aware, the site is constrained by existing slopes and restrictive easements. So it's been a challenge to come up with a layout and grading design to meet fire department, flood control, project clean water, planning, conditions and standards. But we feel like with, our coordination with those departments, we've come up with a great solution. One of the changes that was made for this parcel was shifting the main residence south and east a little bit to avoid some of the existing steeper slopes. Maybe you can go to sheet 5, I think it is. One more, sorry. So you can see on the bottom right, bottom left corner, there's some steeper existing slopes that we are trying to avoid above that backyard. So moving south and east helped us avoid those, disturb those existing slopes, meet that eastern Goleta community plan, and reduce some of those wall heights in the rear backyard. We did what we could to minimize grading by tiering retaining walls, using exterior walls of the structures to match existing grade, create less of a footprint of disturbed areas. But being such a sloped and kind of hilly site, we do have some grading that's going to be required. As part of our drainage and stormwater design, we're working with flood control on doing a combination for both parcels and trying to do all our retention and detention in a singular basin at the bottom, the low point of the site, which makes sense for drainage. And they're receptive to that. So we were able to eliminate some of the other facilities on the northern parcel by doing that. And as Stacy mentioned, we tried to create some overland drainage with a dry creek, kind of dry swale, dry creek kind of, and culvert through this lower driveway. Trying to use that drainage as an aesthetic and architectural feature as well. So, and I would add about 36% of my grading numbers is associated with that basin, the cut numbers. So it took up, that increased our total quantities quite a bit. And other than that, reduce driveway widths to meet fire department. But again, we're constrained with our turnaround and access locations at the main driveway. And then per the feedback we got from SBAR last time, I added another sheet for proposed slopes. If you want to go to the next slide. Sorry, just the next sheet over. Yeah. So we have existing slopes, proposed slopes on our site plan layout for you. I added a sheet for site sections, which is the next slide. Similar locations, maybe a little more civil engineering oriented than Harrison's, but same locations, kind of see existing proposed elevations or surface elevations. And then erosion control plan and a driveway profile, plan and profile that we've kind of already went through. So thank you.
Thanks. Can we look at the final PDF file? So we also pulled together kind of a slope comparison so you can see what was proposed a year ago versus what was proposed now. And if you zoom in, yeah, just a tad. Wonderful, thank you so much. So the previously proposed is on the right-hand side of the sheet and newly proposed is on the left-hand side of the sheet. For the lower parcel, certainly you'll see the stormwater catchment at the lower parcel. But also just wanted to point out that we did pull in the footprint of the lower parcel residence comparatively and reduced its footprint by 15%, as well as pulling in the couple of tiered little retaining walls. Just being mindful of those, areas of pink on the site. So just we thought this might be useful since we haven't looked at this in a year with you all for the sake of comparison. Okay, we can go to that file 4. Perfect. So I'll take you through the residential design, the architectural design. We have our main house elevations and floor plans. Like I said, the footprint of the house itself was reduced by 15%, actually. It's only a 2,500 square foot gross footprint, including like the garage and loggia. The tower height, we also reduced a little bit just so that it kind of tucked into the roof ridge. That was reduced by 14 inches. It's meant to feel like kind of the simple, more diminutive and sweet kind of ranch residential building on the site. The next, you can see the floor plan. The next slide is perfect. This is great. There's no changes here to this activity, this garage and workshop. It's the same as before. Perfect. And then this is that kind of gatehouse, if you will, structure. And per the SBAR comments, we incorporated window grills, right house on the south facade. So it actually did feel like a gatehouse and added some architectural charm in this area. We've got our specs. And this is kind of a picture of the site. And with that, we are looking forward to your feedback and questions.
Thank you, guys. All right, we'll move on to questions from the board. Does anybody have any? Just the lower residents and just questions for now. Yeah. Anybody have any?
I just have one. I don't know if this is for the landscape design, but could you just briefly explain the screening that you guys are proposing along the road and the fence style and the hedge material and maybe some of I know you guys haven't developed a planting plan, but just kind of the buffer between the road and the residents?
Sure. Do you want to stay on this slide? I think we're fine.
Oh, your call.
Do you want to flip to file 2 for the south lot? Sheet 1. So we've proposed double screening hedging. You're talking about the perimeter hedge on the lower part, correct? So we've proposed double screening hedging. The plant material itself is still to be determined, but we do have 2 species that we've noted there. So either a ficus or a bay laurel that we think is in keeping with the aesthetic surrounding the neighborhood. Currently, it's a chain link fence that's proposed there. I believe it's a 6-foot chain link fence that'll be screened on either side. So it would not be visible to the neighbors or the surrounding properties.
And then it looks like some trees kind of dotting, so maybe olive trees or something similar there.
That's correct. So the green symbol there represents either an olive or a quercus, live oak. And then the variegated symbol, the yellow, would represent a platanus, a crepe myrtle, or a coral tree.
And then for the gate location, you guys are really, I think 30 feet is the setback for fire. You guys have set it back to kind of be in line with the gatehouse, but you want that gatehouse exposed at the street level, right?
You're talking about on the lower right, the gatehouse property?
Yeah, right to the right of the gate itself kind of protrudes.
Yeah, that's intentional.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to public comment. We have a speaker slip for the next item, but not this one. Is there anyone online or in the audience that wishes to speak on this item?
We do have some, excuse me, we do have one person in the attendees column. Kendra Duncan O'Connor, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand in the chat. Okay. Seeing none, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll close public comment and move on to comments from the board. We'll start with Val.
Go back to the building elevation.
I think that's file 4 in the first slide. Thanks.
There, right? Yeah, the site visit was really informative, and I can see how you've been really working with all the constraints of the view easement and the slopes and the stormwater management. There's a lot of site work going on. And that exhibit where you showed how you've moved the house, that's actually really informative to us too, to see how you've moved out of the steeper slopes and tried to maybe minimize the retaining walls as well and nestle it down. So, you know, the architecture is simple and straightforward and fine. I think it's fine. And yeah, again, I defer to the landscape architects for the methods of screening and just trying to continue to nestle it into the fishbowl that it's in. Yeah. And particularly the houses above and behind it too. Whatever you do there to soften the impact is good with landscape.
Jerry?
I think that's a very appropriate architecture for the neighborhood. I think the site and how you've responded to all the buildings, it's actually the development is a relatively small scale compared to what you could do up there, and I think it's elegant. It's nice. The driveway and how the driveway responds is something that feels kind of unique. I've never seen that before, but you know the way it's kind of almost a shared, it's designed as a single property in a way. But I think I don't have any negative comments other than I'd say just watch the screening, you know, make it feel like it's part of the neighborhood with the landscape.
Okay. Josh?
Yeah, I agree with Jerry's comment about the driveway. I don't have really any significant comments to make, but I think it's a unique solution. It helps mitigate some of the potentially grading issues and other things. So appreciate the applicant's willingness to try things that are a little unconventional that may not be marketably, you know, correct. It somehow makes the project feel really bespoke and almost like hard to detect when it was built because it doesn't, you know, have that conformity of the garage being the front door of the house like most tract homes or subdivisions kind of tend to end up. So I think it honors the architecture of these sweet little vignettes that we're looking at, you know, by keeping those things separate and makes it, yeah, it's still a lot of square footage, but it's quaint, and that's not easy to pull off. So great project.
Yeah, I agree with all those positive comments on the architecture, and I think the site visit was really helpful in seeing how you guys nestled the building in there, and the scale of the project seems very compatible with the neighborhood. I think the way you guys are handling the screening out front, you know, that'll be important what species those are, of course, but the loris, I heard loris in there. That sounds like it could be a really good hedge for that hedge material. I think I just want to go through the comments. So like fire, I think you guys look like you spread out the trees a little bit more. They'll be important to, make this project feel nestled in the hillside. Maybe if we could just zoom in real quick on the landscape plan at the entry, the front door area, the fire turnaround. Yeah, I think maybe the only suggestion would be, I think the last comment was trying to figure out if there's a way that you could break down the materials even further. It's a lot of concrete, even though it is aggregate, exposed aggregate paving. It seems like there may be an opportunity to try to soften that front door entry from the garage a little bit. I don't know what exactly that solution is, but it seems like if you're parking in that hammerhead area at the front door, there might be an opportunity to make that either a different material. I don't know if it's chip seal or something, and maybe some type of tree around there that just makes it feel a little less like part of the driveway. Because I do feel like it's pretty tight. But you guys look like you have the 5-foot clear around the building, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great project though, otherwise.
Great. I'll just go through the rest of the comments to confirm that they were addressed. So, A and B were just positive comments. The third was study the siting and return with site sections, which has been addressed. The reasoning behind the overall site plan layout, that has been included elevations, which were included. The site visit was completed with the footprint of the structures. Study the fenestration and detail of the equipment house. I believe we saw at least at conceptual level. The steep slopes, you've shown your revisions to that. We return with hardscape details to demonstrate the rural aesthetic. I think with Kira's comments, that can be addressed. Study ways to soften and put more movement in the driveway. I think you've gotten positive comments on the layout of the driveway, and then the choice of the plant materials. I agree with all the positive comments. I think my only comment as you refine the landscape plan is look at what the right height of the screening should be, because I think you could over screen the property unintentionally by putting the wrong species in, because it has an open feel as you drive through that neighborhood. So, but like Kira was saying, the bay laurel or something like that is a good choice where it doesn't want to be 40 feet tall. Otherwise, yeah, I think the comments have been addressed. I agree that there could be some refinement on the hardscape when you get really in the footprint closest to the house, but I think that will come through in the preliminary phase. So if this is agendized for further conceptual, and so the board feels like it can come back for preliminary.
Yeah.
I'll give you a shot at it. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd love that. Thank you.
All right. Stand up, sit back down. All right. Item 4, Phillips new single family dwelling. I will read it because it's a different description though. Request of Steve Walton, the agent for the owner, Chris Phillips. Here for further conceptual review of a 2-story main residence, 5,300 square feet, attached garage, 950 square feet, basement, 2,300 square feet, outdoor loggia, 300 square feet, pool cabana, 376 square feet, outdoor or utility pool equipment storage, 113 square feet, pool, spa, and 336 square foot solar array. Site improvements include landscaping, hardscape, driveway, vehicle, pedestrian gates, and fencing. The project proposes a total post-development impervious area of 17,099 square feet and falls under the Tier 3 stormwater requirements. The parcel is currently vacant and it will require 2,300 cubic yards of cut and 1,000 fill. It's a 1.2 acre parcel located also at 00 La Riata Lane in the Eastern Gluta Valley Community Plan area. And I'll read the comments. Let's see, architectural style is appropriate. Board appreciates approach to make the site appear older and rural. Pool layout is appropriate. Site visit required. Mark footprint of structures on site. Study project siting and return with several site sections showing the elevation change to demonstrate the reasoning behind the overall site plan layout. Include elevations of adjacent structures on adjacent properties. Board is concerned with the steep slopes and volume of grading and requires more study ways to balance grading on site. Study south facade and study ways to add a feature that will soften the big wall. Consider adding unique paving material in motor court. Study landscape lighting to ensure it is minimized. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same team as last time. This site was probably the focus, honestly, of the long turnaround, and we spent a lot of time on this one. As you'll see, the footprint has been reduced pretty dramatically in order to address the slope requirements and to work with staff. And I think Serena's going to walk you through all that, but it's pretty bit different than what you last saw.
Yeah, in fact, maybe we just start again with that slope analysis, that last file, and we can zoom right into the footprint of the upper parcel. We've reduced the footprint of the upper parcel residence by 2,200 square feet, 16% reduction. And if we zoom in, if it's possible, to kind of get to see
on the upper house.
Yeah, on the upper house. That'd be wonderful. That's great. And then if we can pan over to the right to see the before, if you will, and then we'll see the after. So we have, as we kind of have articulated on site and in the previous presentation, a lot of site constraints, including the Goleta Water District easement, the neighbor's use easement on the flattest part of the property, the view easement that kind of limits and prohibits development on the west half of the property, a fire truck turnaround that's required, which is also needs to be on the flattest part of the property. And so the previously proposed residence kind of wrapped around it and then tucked and jutted out so that the bedrooms had views out towards, the views to the south. If you pan to the left-hand side of the sheet, we can see how much we've reduced and shifted in order to, wherever possible, kind of shift things off of the pink slopes. And I'm so glad that you guys were able to go out there because of the kind of just like slightly undulating nature of the hills. You get pink triangles and green triangles next to each other. So we worked a lot with the planning staff. They've been really understanding and really helpful and are basically have blessed and supported and kind of told us this is where this should be. And that was a really valuable exercise with them. And now we can actually go into the design presentation. So the file one is perfect. And you can see the kind of perspective view, and we'll look at the plan and elevation to talk through some of the SBAR's feedback, which we've listened to, but also worth noting, the bottom left-hand image, that kind of perspective view is looking from the motor court to the front entry door. And we actually eliminated a second story element that was on the right-hand side of that view, the west wing, if you will, was reduced to a single story. And throughout, ridge heights were lowered. And really, we're trying to be very, very mindful and cautious about, how this actually feels in this neighborhood, in this area. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Our site photos and aerial view as before. I'll breeze through this. The same palette and inspiration, they're meant to talk to each other, the two parcels. And this is actually really useful. This we developed with and for the planning department, but thought that the SBAR would appreciate it as well to kind of just visualize the neighborhood and the footprint of these structures as they relate to the neighbors and the neighborhood. They're the two smallest residences proposed by a significant amount. In this case, let's see. And if you can zoom in, we even have little like stats. That's great. just a kind of a comparison of lot coverage and, building footprint and compared to the other residential properties there. One of the things as part of this exercise since we met with you last was shifting the residents over into the left as far as left west as far as physically possible. We had received and have been in correspondence with the neighbor to the north. We wanted to, as best as possible, be collaborative with them and received feedback that their primary views and use was the kind of right-hand side, the east side of their public the more public rooms and the roof deck. And so by actually shifting over, that was useful too, and trying to keep those heights lower, reduce the main mass, and also eliminate the second story. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. This is just essentially another version of what we've kind of been looking at, the site plan and the proposed gate again at the top part of the Goleta Water District easement so that there's a gate into their property with their cistern, and then a pedestrian gate between the two properties, like we talked about, their families who want to actually be able to pop over to each other's homes. Okay, next, please. Here's the site sections. They're exactly the same as we looked at in the previous proposed presentation. But perhaps in this case, we can zoom in a little bit to maybe that section 2 and see the main residence. Yeah, where we've reduced the heights of the ridge and the plates. It's actually set down a little bit. We have some tiered retaining walls as well from the relationship to the neighbor to the north. And then kind of seeing the way that the natural hill falls, the driveway below, and the two lower parcel structures. Thank you. Next slide, please. It might be the next file. Perfect.
So for our landscape plan for the north lot, we've updated to reflect architectural changes to the footprint. As well as we reviewed high fire standards again and complied with those requirements. Example being tree spacing on the hillside slopes relative to their slope percentage and material selections throughout the fire zones. We're proposing olive trees to complement the adjacent church lot, as well as the citrus grove, just to also lean more towards that rural aesthetic, keeping most of the species fairly low for this upper lot, to be aware of that view. Per the comment, we reviewed the paving material and enhanced portions of it to add again to that desired aesthetic. For this sheet as well, if you zoom out just a bit, you can see we added the images for the design intention to give examples of the hardscape material. And primarily, those are the changes that we updated for this sheet, as well as incorporating any updates that Civil had, very minor, but we underlaid that too. We can go to the next sheet as well. Again, we made changes to our plant palettes to comply with direction from the fire department. Same plant palette as before. Next sheet. No changes to the details here. We'll develop those as we continue. Next sheet. Through the reconfiguring of the house and the hillside slope requirements for high fire, we did reconfigure some of the tree layouts. And so we updated our lighting accordingly. All are dark sky compliant and dew point down. Next sheet. Proposed lighting material as shown on our previous package. I think we can go to Civil.
Thank you. We can start at the next sheet, please. So here's our updated grading design. Same design considerations as the lower lot. Although this upper lot, as has been said, is a little more restrictive and constrained. We studied minimizing grading by utilizing tiered retaining walls. We wanted to keep those lower in height in nature, less visibly obtrusive. So the tiered systems kind of work better. And that's evident along that north property line, north of the pool and cabana area. As Serena mentioned, we've been working with planning department on avoiding slopes over 20% to meet the Eastern Goleta Community Plan. And that's driven a lot of those changes to the grading and in particular the kind of northeast wing. So we have an small access to that lower area, lower level, and we incorporate some retaining walls along that to try to reduce the grading quantities. South exterior wall of the main structure, it's kind of matching grade at the bottom, either have deepened footings there to try to avoid having to disturb that area. And you can see most of the southern portion of the parcel is going to be remain with minimal disturbance. Unfortunately, by avoiding those 20% slopes and especially that wing, the northeast wing, that whole area has had to get cut into the higher slopes a little bit. So our grading quantities increased a little bit from previous design, but overall, I think less impactful, less visually impactful as well. And we provided the same additional sheets, proposed slope along the footprint. If you can scroll forward a couple sheets. One more. Here's the existing. We've already kind of looked at that with the side-by-side comparison. And then the next sheet, you could see our proposed slopes. We're constrained with fire department access, turnaround under 5% to that north side of the building. And we had to cut in that pool cabana and the pool area a little bit to maintain that view easement to the north. And we've also provided a section sheet, the next sheet. Comparison of existing and proposed grade along with some of the structures placement. And that's about it as far as Silva goes.
We can go to the next file and we'll look at the architecture a little bit. So the first is a partial kind of walkout basement, if you will, for some hangout and gathering space. Next slide is the floor plan. That again was really tricky, kind of collaborating with planning to make sure that like hallways worked and weren't a mile long, and there was separation of like public and entertaining spaces and your quiet private spaces, and it was a lot of figuring out. And I think the floor plan has actually created some opportunity. We pulled the tower forwards from previous. It used to be on the kind of the back corner by the garage, and we pulled it forward and had it become part of the hallway into the master suite, which is actually a nice feature. And then from the south, from the project south, you get to appreciate the tower. Next, please. This is those roof height diagrams we looked at on site together. We did a lot of thought and kind of work to be considerate and conservative. And at the highest point, the kind of that main mass ridge is 21 feet, 4 inches above existing grade. The tower is, I think, 22 feet, 4 inches at its peak. As we pointed out too in the site, on the right-hand side, kind of above the primary suite, is almost like a mansard roof. It has a roof area as well to help kind of open up views. Next slide, please. This is that small pool cabana. There's no design change here, but worth pointing out, it's really tucked right underneath that view corridor from the neighbor and has a couple steps down into it, which actually is, again, we're trying to look at these things as opportunities. And so, that you can have kind of a partial wall you can sit along, things like that as part of this design. Next slide. This is the main house's architecture. Like we said, we've really want to work with the kind of Mediterranean aesthetic that is a little Italian and a little Spanish and not too formal, and kind of thinking about that as it relates to the architectural detail and massing. Per the SBAR feedback about the south face and the kind of main wall, it too was opened up a wonderful opportunity for us to do this cantilevered balcony, which was it was a great idea. It works so well. We're so pleased it expands the use and entertainment and enjoyment by the owners and adds depth and character to that south facade. So we're really excited about that. Next slide. There you can, oh, sorry. Actually, we can see the relationship of kind of the partial site section and eliminating the second story. Next slide. Oh, just our specs. And the overall site design. One small kind of clarification we want to make. At the driveway, kind of on the very right-hand side of the residence, what is pictured in this pencil drawing is actually more impactful than what we landed on. We've reduced and simplified and eliminated a turnaround and feathered the grading. So just wanted to make that point of clarification. We should look at the site plan and civil drawings and not the pencil sketch as it relates to that one corner. We've made it even more graceful and simple and less tall walls. And with that, we are really eager to hear your comments and questions.
Just to add one thing real quick. Kaylee, you read, Madam Chair, you read at the beginning the issue with the wall, which Serena just covered, but that balcony was essentially where that wall was, just to remind you, and that was a comment from you guys that maybe consider having a balcony in that location, so we adopted that into our plan.
Okay, great. Do you have any questions from the board?
Kind of. I can't tell if it's a question or a comment. You said multiple times. You guys said the planners have kind of dictated the placement of the house, right? Does that involve like the proximity to that back property line? Is that been pushed away from the slopes towards that back property line? Is that kind of what that?
Yeah, you could say that. I think that's fairly fair. The issue was avoiding slopes above 20%.
Yes.
And so what we did, amongst the things we did was rotating that eastern wing so it does come closer to that property boundary, but it gets off of those slopes, and then we reduce the massing by about 20%.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question. What's that big area that you guys aren't touching in the northwest corner of the property line?
That's the neighbor's use easement.
Oh,
So the neighbor to the north has written an easement into the property that
he's got like a landscape.
there's screening and
Okay.
yeah, garden.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is the driveway appendage coming off of the main driveway before it turns towards the house. Could you go, yeah, just a landscape plan would be great. Yeah, that to the right of the road, the stairway, like the wing that kind of comes off plane. Is that a fire requirement for trying to get access, like the 200-foot linear foot fire requirement?
Yeah, the lower driveway is not required by fire, though it is actually opportunity when we get to the building department for egress downstairs. And is also a design desire for the client to be able to like back a truck into that area. And he's a crafter and workshopper and wanted to be able to pull, big objects into that lower area. So it's useful as it relates to building department egress for sure, and it's also functionally valuable to the client. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's just, what is that use? Is it like a garage door down there, or is it a?
It's meant to be kind of like French doors that would be able to open like a garage door size.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And then one for this civil, just how tall is the wall in the north property line, just north of the motor court?
Along the driveway coming in. I
Yeah,
think,
just like right up the north of.
yeah,
the
if
actual motor
if you want to go to sheet,
Also on the sheet, actually, right?
If you just go above the motor court line, it gives a range of variety of the heights, or you can defer to civil if you'd like a.
I got it here. Thanks.
Mhm.
It's like 5 feet maybe.
Okay. I had the same question for the workshop, the retaining wall that's north of the workshop. Is that? Could be just because there's no planting buffer in front of that one.
yeah, if we go to the third PDF in the sheet too, there's some wall heights on there. And we zoom in, let's say driveway.
Yeah.
So the upper wall's 5.5 feet, and the lower wall is about 3 feet. The lower wall is cut below grade, and the upper wall is retaining. And then I think the max height on the driveway is 5.5 to 6 feet.
It looks like there's a planter in front of that wall, looks like, along like a strip.
Yeah. The only one that didn't have it was, I was noticing that one.
Oh, gotcha.
Any other questions?
So there's a planter at the property line?
Yeah, there's planter space between the driveway and the wall.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, we'll move on to public comment. We have one speaker slip, and I'll see, is there anyone online?
Madam Chair, we have nobody online, and yep.
And I should have checked before now, but did we have a planner memo or any public comment letters in the folder?
No public comment letters submitted and no planner memo.
Okay. All right, we will call up Adele Yamada.
Okay. So, yeah, I just wanted to hand it out in case there was something that I ran over.
Good. Yep, this is enough. All right, yeah, please state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes once you're there.
Am I on now? Am I on? Okay. Hello, my name is Adele Yamada. I represent the neighbor directly north of the proposed development. The Jenkins residence at 1270 Via Brigitte is part of the gated community La Ramada Estates, 93 DP 17. Construction of the homes at La Ramada began in around 2004. Today, I'm coming out of retirement to represent former clients of mine and friends of mine for over 16 years. I attended the May 16th, 2025 hearing and followed up with an in-person meeting with Steve Welton at his office. I would like to thank Mr. Welton for making plans available to us in advance for our review. Our biggest concern is that the revised plans do not include a survey and topography stamped and signed by a licensed land surveyor. The site information presented to you today is not reliable. The note on the civil plan states that the information was used and compiled by Golden State Aerial Survey from an aerial photograph taken on June 6, 1999. There's been a significant amount of work done by professionals over the past year to generate slope studies, quantify cut and fill calculations, create site sections, grading, drainage, and erosion control. The truth is, The project presented to you today is not based on accurate information. BAR information packet clearly describes the requirements for conceptual review. On page 4, the requirement includes a topographic map showing elevations of properties within 100 feet in any direction. Please take notice that the revised plans do not include this information. Our second concern is at conceptual review, applicants must demonstrate that the project is in relationship to the existing topography of the site. The U-shaped floor plan with a large motor court does not demonstrate proper and appropriate site planning for ridgeline hillside development. The project inspirations on sheet A 1.002 are lovely, as they include landscaping within the motor court and against the structure. These inspirations have not been incorporated into this project. The north elevation has been poorly designed with over 92 feet of exposed structure without any landscaping, and a motor court that's 40 feet wide by 52 feet deep from the retaining wall to the front entry door without any landscaping. The Eastern Goleta Valley Residential Design Guidelines states that hillside housing structures should have a modest apparent height and more spill down is appropriate. However, the south elevation has been designed with extremely tall wall exposure. The 4 adjacent parcels have a maximum plate height of 12 feet and a maximum ridge height of 18 feet for all single-story elements. Please take note that the south elevation of the Phillips residence has been designed with plate heights in excess of 20 feet. Guideline 7.2 is to set the house on a site so the length of the driveway is minimized. The proposed driveway takes the longest route from the entrance on La Riata to the proposed residence. Guideline 7.22 is to use planting to minimize the visual effects of driveway cuts. Please note the absence of planting on the north property line and the amount of exposure of the driveway. SBAR's comment H was to study landscape lighting to ensure it's minimized. Landscape lighting is excessive and it has not been reduced since it last was before the board. Today we're requesting, cut.
But we'll make sure that the, if you could email the letter so it stays into the record, we can only give the 3 minutes, but this is helpful so that we can have it in the record and we all have it to review as well.
I'll send that on to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna take a minute to read the rest really quick. Okay. All right, and we'll make sure that makes it into the record. Is there any other public comment online or in the audience?
Madam Chair, we have no other letters submitted and nobody else online.
Okay. All right, and we will move on to comments from the board. Start with Josh. You were here for the whole one this time, right?
Sure.
You can start.
I don't know what to say about the accusations about the accuracy of the presentation materials presented to us. So I don't know. I guess I would say that I defer. Is the planner on the call?
Planner is not present, but we do have Willow online.
Okay, so I guess the comment I'm going to make is that I'm deferring to the planner's ability to intake these documents and put them before us after clear and careful consideration and review. So I'm assuming they've looked at it and what we're looking at is accurate. And there's plenty of staff in the county to make sure of that. So I'm going to trust that the planner has done so. So my comment would be, there's been some accusations about the accuracy of the topographic survey in the testimony of one of the neighbors. I'd like the planner to review that, and if there's any issue with the document that's submitted in terms of what's required, to bring that back to our attention so that we can address it. Project's not here for any final approval today, so it shouldn't hold us up, right? So other than that, I think the project's well designed, and regardless of the accuracy of, well, I shouldn't say that. Based on how the project's being presented to me, I think it does a pretty good job of mitigating concerns that one would have on a hillside ridgeline project like this. The fact that it's been changed to a 1-story from a 2-story residence makes a lot of sense. And I think the architectural style is appropriate. The landscaping and site development seems appropriate. So the massing of the project seems well done. It's a well-designed project. Bulk and scale seem fine. So I can support it as proposed.
Okay.
And just clarification, we actually have Soren online. Willow had to get pulled into a meeting, so Soren took over.
Okay, but Kiana is the planner on this item. Okay. I think that's a simple confirmation that it's a recorded survey. They can come back with that in prelim. Jerry?
So I agree with the comments about the architecture. I think the architecture, pulling that 2nd story off helps mitigate any of the neighborhood concerns or the neighbors, uphill neighbors' concerns. I do have some, I guess, the siding of the house seems really tight up against that north property line. And you're limiting the amount of landscape and buffer that you've got between that upper property and this property. And that turns out, as looking at the objections come from that upper property. So, and you guys might be in a pinch because if you're being pushed off the slope of the hill by the planners and into that, it's a design problem, but then also the concerns are you did a U-shaped plan as well. So, I like the design. I like the courtyard. I like the way the house is from down below. It just feels very tight up against that upper property line. And that would be my single concern is like, what can you do to mitigate that? Can you drop it down lower? Can you spread it out a little bit, move some of that parking down below or something like that? Just kind of like give a little bit of more relief to that upper property line.
Okay, Val.
Yeah, I have similar concerns that because of trying to get out of the steeper slopes, that you're pushed right against the backyard of the property behind. I think that the overall height has been dealt with taking the 2nd story off, and that the places where the building is taller, I think are really where it's dropping down on the east side. So that's kind of a different number than the recommended heights that are on the neighboring houses that are on more level, and their height is not relating to stepping way down a slope, I think.
Yep.
But I agree that there's a lot of paving really close to the property line, and it would be nice to get more of a buffer between the vehicles coming in there and the backyard of the neighbor. And that's a design challenge, given
I'll
the,
give you a minute after everyone's comments.
Yeah.
All right, and Kier.
Sure. Yeah, I'll focus more on the landscape. I think the architecture looks beautiful and you guys cited it nicely, given the constraints. Bringing down the pool with the view corridor that you guys are dealing with on the west side, I think makes a lot of sense. And similarly for the main house, how you guys have brought it down, is it like 3 to 4 feet? It seems like you guys have a planter at that wall that either could grow potentially if there's a little shifting south. I'm not sure what's possible, but if that was a straight hedge, I think that's what we'd be looking for, some type of buffer between the, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. You put a hedge there, you're also blocking views for them. But something in the 8-foot range would probably give some type of buffer. I don't know what the solution is there, but the other comment, so, I think the landscape design, the palette, I think it's kind of forthcoming. Looks like it needs development, but in general, it seems like the palette is acceptable. You guys are, I think one of the comments from the neighbors is about plantings up against the building, and they're also speaking about fire, and that is a fire requirement, unfortunately, to have a buffer around the house. I think you guys are making all the steps you can to soften the architecture. The southern driveway, to me, seems confusing. I don't know. I think you should have the ability to drive that, but I think it should feel secondary to the main driveway, and right now it just feels like a guest would not really know where to turn. I think they might make that. I would probably make that left turn before I kept going towards the Montecito gate, but that's just me, maybe. So it seems like there's an opportunity there to try to soften that material. I don't know if it's like a ribbon drive or some type of secondary drive that could feel very country and pastoral, which is kind of what I think you guys are going for. So I think you guys are in a tough spot with the north property line, but does
We can make the comment, but the Eastern Galita Valley overlay will dictate the final decision. Yeah, we can make the suggestion, but we can't override it, in my experience. Go ahead, Kara, if you had anything else.
I think that's it. I mean, I think I could support the project if you guys had a straight green wall along the northern property line, just dealing with the constraints. It looks like you might have the ability, but I just don't see like a 10-foot buffer where you guys can really plant that out. I don't think you guys, given how modest I think the architecture is in a lot of regards, I think you guys would be pretty constrained without completely redesigning everything. Yeah, those are my comments.
Okay. I agree. I think you guys have done a really careful job of citing the structures and responding to the previous comments. And I think the next layer is figuring out some of the site layout, site design, and landscape closest to the buildings. I think your greatest constraint seems to be fire, its access, and being able to not landscape within the first 5 feet. I think those regulations have been adjusted slightly, so you might be able to get a little bit of planting in zone 0. And then I also think maybe I see the challenge, and also if there's any cutouts that you can do to be able to soften the architecture where you don't need it in the fire hammerhead because you have parking in various areas. So if there's just ways to integrate some planting where you can, but I think your greatest barrier is that first layer of hedge line along the north property line, and just making sure your footing's deep so you can get a good hedge on the retaining wall, those kind of things that really actually create the success for good screening. To Kira's comment about the lower driveway, I think it's not a huge retaining wall, but because it's so far up the slope, I do think if you can minimize the width of that drive and use any extra width for greenery softening the front of it, it's not a structure that needs the offset. So then it's like one more thing that's screened there. And then I didn't catch the height of the wall below the pool. Did you guys catch that? Is it pretty low? Okay. Okay. So that one has plenty of planting in front of it. Yeah. And then with this style of architecture, I think it lends itself well to pottery, which can feel fairly minor, especially at conceptual level, but it's like the one tool we have with the fire requirements. And so anything you can do to soften, I mean, there's no size requirement on pottery I've found so far. So, but I joke, but it's like, it is one of the, you're going to have to follow all your tools for the screening, I think, on the north property line to make it settle into the site. And I do think it's worth putting in a comment that in the, like in the direction of good design, the slope is it seems like some encroachment onto the slopes benefits the neighborhood compatibility of the project. We can't dictate that, but I think it's worth saying because it is one of those sites that there's not much to be preserved. South, there's plenty of buffer to the south and not much to the north. So,
And I just want to add too, I'm thinking about the U-shaped structure and the courtyard. And that actually works both ways. It's pushing your building down the slope, but it's also creating relief on the north side from the north neighbor so that their view, it's not just a solid line of building. So there's an argument that can be made for that U shape, having some relief along the north, but more screening would be good too.
and I promised 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're right. The courtyard is dictated by the turnaround for the fire department, and if we needed to also not have cross slopes for the access, that's why we're coming along the top side there. I noted though that the driveway width there is like 17 feet. Oh, sorry.
The setback.
Setback. Okay. Well, in any event, I think we could talk with fire department to see if there's any room to be, make some adjustments to the width there and give us a little bit more. So, we'll certainly do all we can to provide as much buffer there as possible. And then it's funny because we had the exact same conversations about the access below. I think Serena said, we don't make it so it is invisible. So I think we have the exact same point of view as you guys do.
Yeah, at one point I thought this is not a formal comment, but the access on the easement road is so good for fire that I wonder if there's some amount of discussion because they can like almost turn around on the easement road. Just it's a defensible property, it seems. So just having discussions. Okay. All right. This is here for further conceptual. Does the board feel that it can go to preliminary with those comments? This one, I think maybe not, well, maybe just preliminary so that we can see how the site design develops.
Yeah. Get clarification on the survey and
Survey, yeah.
from the planner.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. That completes this right here.
Okay, that's our last item on today's agenda. We are adjourned.